Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio. Man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gafar of Workout Around My Day Incorporated. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, our speaker is Evie Edwards Evans, and she is the Director of Marketing of KEI Marketing and Consulting. She's a marketing professional with expertise in business development, marketing strategies, event management, and branding. She helps clients turn money-taking events into money-making events. I present you to Evie Edwards Evans.
How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm really excited to be on this platform. Dr. Eric Kelly, he's just such an inspiration to everyone, all business owners throughout the country, for providing such a platform like this for business owners, aspiring business owners. So it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Yes. And we also are having you're having a fireside chat today with Marcia Jews. Is that correct?
Hello, Miss Jews.
Hello. How are you?
Fantastic. Fantastic. Nice to meet you virtually.
It's nice meeting you as well. So tell us about yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, as the presenter said, my name is Evie Edwards, recently married, so it's Evie Edwards Evans. And
congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you. I am the president and owner of Custom Events International, and I have been in business for 10 years. It's woman-owned. My company is based in Lanham, Maryland. We are 100% certified as a SBE, MBE, and we focus on, as she said, creating events that go from making money-taking platforms, businesses, to money-making businesses. One of the ways, well, there are several ways that we do that. We create events that helps a company. We tap into what their core goals are and what their outcome, their strategic outcomes. When I first started with the company, I was actually producing fashion shows. And the production of fashion shows came about because I was providing marketing services to a custom clothier. And the idea to promote fashion, to produce fashion shows came about as a way to market that clothier. So we essentially immerse ourselves into the organizational structure of a company when we seek to do business with our clients. But that business, our company and what we do and who we offer it to has transitioned over the years. So I have gone from fashion to the infrastructure world, and which is actually become a booming industry now that the Biden administration has approved the green light for infrastructure. So we plan and execute events as a marketing platform to help companies expand their branding, increase their exposure for potential projects. If they need to get certification or licensing or training, we also provide assistance with that. We provide business capture, business development, and we do all of these things through engaging in partnerships with corporate companies.
So it's just like a career fair, an exposition where people go into a large space with different opportunities that are available to them, or how does that work? What's the operation like?
Okay, well, no, yes and no, and the reason being is that the events that we do, they are at the request of corporate companies. We've worked with Bank of America. We currently are working with MBDA, which is a Minority Business Development Agency. We've created a partnership with them. So what we do, because we have such extensive outreach and access to these corporate giants, we provide a platform to connect them with government agencies and other small businesses with an initiative to hire Black-owned companies or women-owned or minority-owned. And so we're kind of more of a matchmaking service in that respect. And we provide strategic events for the clients. Strategic events. So one of our hallmark events is called Build America. Build America was sanctioned by a congressman out of New Jersey, and we are going into our 7th year of hosting the Build America series. We just hosted Build America in February in New Jersey at the I can't remember the name of the building, but it was one of the most dynamic events that we have done, because we were able to bring together the CEOs from 3 of the largest infrastructure events in the tri-state area. And when I say largest, I mean in dollar-wise. We had New Jersey Transit, Port Authority of New Jersey and New York, as well as the New York Building Congress. These are the major infrastructure companies that's hiring to do billions of dollars in business. And so they have an initiative to hire Black companies. So that's what we do. We're that bridge with the Black community.
And so, but what basically is this an opportunity for them to have a booth and they have something that shows their business, and then these people walk through, or do you set up individual interviews for them to come on one-on-ones outside of an expo type? I'm calling it an expo for lack of something else to call it, but it's an introduction. Or in some cases, it's a event that has several booths where BG&E or whatever metropolitan other companies there with their representation, and then generally small businesses can come and talk to these people and set up meetings and things with them. Is that similar to what you're doing?
Well, ironically, the one that we have planned for June will be our first doing a platform such as what you're mentioning. So we have space for 20 infrastructure companies that are interested in meeting with these companies. There is a criteria from their revenue to their license and their industry. But the events that we've done in the past, those were more, they were smaller events. They were more strategic. The last one was a roundtable, a business roundtable, where area contractors and companies were able to express their grievances, issues, or ask for opportunities directly with these companies. So it was more of a discussion, a roundtable discussion. However, the event that we're hosting on June 14th, that event will be held at the New Jersey Institute of Technology in Newark, New Jersey. It is a invitation only event if you are not associated with the MBDA offices. That's another major partnership that we've developed. If the audience, if you are not registered with a MBDA office, they have an office almost in every state, I believe in 53 states nationwide. It's a government, it's one of the only federal-backed Black agencies for minorities, and it's free to join. There's no service. They provide consulting, they provide business expansion, information on grants. It's just a wonderful outlet for companies that are looking to grow and for in any capacity.
So does this event travel around the country, or is it just located in the New Jersey, New York area?
That's a good question. No, it's actually, our company is based in Maryland.
Oh,
and
where in Maryland? We have to see where you are. Where are you in Maryland?
Lanham.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in Baltimore.
Okay. We've worked in the Baltimore area as well. We've done events there.
Great.
So yes, only recently have we been doing events in New Jersey, and that's because that's where the largest infrastructure dollars are. But in Washington, D.C. area, we've hosted events at a myriad of places, from the halls of Congress to the Library of Congress, the Watergate. It just depends on the type of event that we're planning. Every Build America series has been different. We provide bespoke consulting. So it just really depends on the need of the client and what project we're trying to accommodate.
And so how do you market this opportunity for people who are in the greater Baltimore, Washington area? Or, I mean, I have friends that are in South Carolina that are doing infrastructure work, and in actually Prince George's County as well.
Well, in the past, it's mostly been through word of mouth, mostly because of the nature of the projects that we're working with. But on the marketing side, from the event management, again, it has been through word of mouth. I've worked with companies from different areas, from Howard University, creating luncheons, to Bank of America, creating a networking that works series, and thinking of other, just a myriad of agencies. I've worked with the Congressional Black Caucus in Washington, D.C., and plan to for the upcoming year with their expo and fashion show. So we're still dabbling in different areas. And because we're a boutique firm, we don't do a lot of marketing. So you guys are getting first VIP access to us today.
Oh, that's great. Mm-hmm. And so in setting up these one-on-ones, how do you identify? Do you just go to a certain agency to identify the organizations that you want to participate? And how do you find some of the smaller businesses and mid-size minority businesses that can participate?
A lot of them come from referrals within the industry, and the others come from other government industries. Again, I revert back to NBDA, as well as we work with the local colleges also, Prince George's Community College, Bowie State, for companies that are registered looking to provide services on these projects. Yes.
So looking at, you mentioned the Congressional Black Caucus, and towards the end of the summer, beginning of September, they usually have their big retreat and conference, right? So do you go and put a booth there, or how do you participate to interact with the people? Because that's a big project that's happening in DC, huh?
It is. I've had a booth there at the Congressional Black Caucus in the past. This year, I'm working in a different capacity because of I'm working more behind the scenes with the entertainment aspect of the Congressional Black Caucus. As it relates to KEI and for the infrastructure, we are looking to participate in their closed door conference sessions at the caucus with the state of New Jersey, with the congressman, as well as we're bringing companies we're bringing corporate companies to the expo. And so that is something that is new, and I can't name their names because that has not, it hasn't been, solidified. But that was a good question there.
Well, I don't know. Every year for the last 9,000 years, I've been going. So
I'll probably have seen you there.
I'm sure we passed one another. Yeah, but it's a great place to go, and I'm really glad that we've got our congressman. He used to be the president, Kweisi Mfume. But it's a very important, for those of you who are listening, it's a very important conference that goes on, and every city has a representative there. Yes. And there are opportunities to meet and to discuss and to share. So I think it's wonderful, Evie, that you're involved over there. They need people to be able to do that outreach and making certain that we have businesses. Well, you're involved.
I have a confession. Okay. So
for
those that have not been to the Congressional Black Caucus, it is the premier event for Black business owners, for Black professionals to meet, and they have the best parties.
Girl, and let me tell you, I was going before the gray hair. So
I believe it. Yeah, they have been. It's been 50 years, I believe they've been doing it.
Number, girl. So that was when I was a whole bunch of different back then. But you know what?
In the past, I was there for the parties.
The parties and the business, because you can walk away with a lot of work and understanding how to navigate that. And so if you have the major political decision makers in the country,
yes,
nationally, they are there and they're ready to do business. But I think the most empowering thing, Evie, for you too, and you've already demonstrated that, it's an opportunity to let your business be seen. It's an opportunity for you to actually be close and in front of, because they're just walking down the hallways and will stop and talk to you and everything else. I mean, and that's the beauty of it. It's the beauty of it that you can see people. And I remember the first time John Lewis was walking with my congressman, and and I'm telling you, Elijah Cummings, and I walked up to him and I was like, oh, this right here, this is all the power we need right here. It was just absolutely, you go to these places and you think you know what you're getting ready to see, but those are, I call them MIPs, memories in progress.
Oh, I love it.
Because they're opportunities to have a conversation that would take you months to get an audience in their office. But
That's
you can
true.
go to a place like this. And the Congressional Caucus is one, but there's, the National Council for Black NABCO, National Organization of Black County Officials. And so they have a big one. And so there are all these different organizations who are looking for people who look like us.
That's true.
To give them the support that we need in our communities across this nation.
Well, I'm pleased because this year will be a little different for KEI and Custom Events because we are looking to bring these corporate companies and their dollars. There's a huge initiative for DEI, diversity and inclusion, within our community, and so that's one of the business commitments that we have made to the Congressional Black Caucus. So we're bringing them there, and we're fingers crossed. They have a lot of representation from some large companies, from Google to Coca-Cola, but the other aspect that I've really been excited to see at the Congressional Black Caucus is their showcasing of HBCUs and the students at HBCUs. And that is that's also another bridge that we seek to close with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And so we're also, not just with my Black-owned and minority companies, but also the students that are coming up. So that are in school and looking to get into STEM or any other industry. So, the outreach that we do, it really touches a lot of Black lives and women-owned businesses. And we as a company, we don't just relegate it to Black-owned companies, but we also work with other minority sectors and demographics. But I thank you for bringing up the Congressional Black Caucus.
Oh yeah, there's one more thing that I want to refer you to. Have you attended the Black Engineer of the Year Awards Conference in Baltimore or in DC?
A few years ago.
Okay.
It's been a few years.
So
I actually outfitted. I was a custom tailor in my former life, and we outfitted one of the keynote speakers.
Oh, okay.
Amazing event.
They have the Black Engineer as well as the Women of Color Conference, which is in Detroit.
Okay.
So that's huge. It started in Baltimore, and then it went to Atlanta, then somewhere in Texas, and now it's in Detroit. But it's in its 27th year. So and they're all the same people. So ccgmag.com.
Okay.
And that would be, I'll put it in the chat so you can see it. But I think that's what you're doing is wonderful. And I think there's an element there that may be of interest too, that you have people who are looking to do business because you have businesses there. And I don't know that that's an aspect, but it could be.
It could be. You're right. We're in the matchmaking business.
Right. Right.
Our goal is to, to be the rainmaker in this industry. And, the way that you accomplish that is through making relevant business connections. Yes. Time is money, and we don't want to waste people's time. If I know someone that has this need and they are qualified to do it, if they are able to fulfill that contract, that's what we do with that. We're outreach, and we connect companies with opportunities.
So do you also help companies set up their infrastructure? So there's so many, and so I'm going to make this personal. So I'm looking at all the different things that I've done or do, right? And there are all these government agencies that have these different requirements as a business person. What would be 3 or 4 things that a small business who has something to sell or product or service to sell to the organizations that you have been there, what should be in their little box, right? What should be in the box that they should be able to have and be ready? So somebody from United Technologies walks up to you and says, well, we'd like to do business with you. What are they going to look for? What do they want you to have that you would be a viable candidate to participate?
Well, I want to see if they have a capability statement, which is the resume for any business. A business, a lot of a lot of companies are looking for business plans, but the business capability statement gives you a real snapshot into what a company can do, what, the way they're structured, what their business can provide, and what they're looking to do. And that's one of the major first things that we look at. Okay, so moving from the capability statement, you ask if they're registered with their state, if they have business insurance, if they're licensed. But then you revert back to the capability statement because all of that should be on there. Okay. And if it's not, then we have helped companies with that, but we kind of pulled back from that because that's where your MBDA government agency helps you with that. They have the checklist for everything that you need to become a viable business, and it's free. You don't have to pay for that. You said things.
Hold that thought right there. So you're saying in the state of Maryland, an MBDA, what does that stand for?
Minority Business Development Agency.
Okay.
And it's not just in the state of Maryland. Like my business, we're registered. We have a partnership with New Jersey. We have a partner. I'm registered with Mississippi, Maryland, and Virginia. You can register with different states. And I do that because we had business interest in those states. And so every state has a different business decorum. And so they help you. Each state office will help you with that.
If you could do it all over again, what are 3 things that you would do differently?
Oh, from a business perspective?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Let's see. I think I would become a lot more, I would develop a niche in terms of what I do and how I do it. When I first started the marketing, I was like, okay, well, let me throw myself out there and see what sticks. Now that's good because I have marketing experience in so many different industries, from higher education to insurance to waterproofing basements to real estate. And when I say these companies, I did marketing for these companies, financial institutions, infrastructure, window companies. But at the end of the day, with every business, you have the core is their marketing, because marketing encompasses so many different facets of what you need in your company, from sales, from education, to development, creating sustainable ideas or vehicles to reach your audience. And that's very important. One of the companies that I've partnered with, they have an excellent product. It's actually a service. But the challenge has been how to reach that audience. And when you are creating your business plan, that is one of the major things that you need to focus on, who your client is and how you're going to reach them. Now, social media has changed the world tremendously with the access that companies do now. But you also want to make sure you're targeting the right person, the right audience, depending on the nature of your business. So what else would I do differently? I wish I had social media back in the day, but we didn't have that.
We won't talk about that, girl.
Let's see. A lot of what I did was kind of trial and error. And I think that I would have set up a better infrastructure with my company. And I like the word infrastructure because it kind of speaks to how I set up how I do business, the organizational part of it. And it took me a while to actually fine tune that, and even still. And when I say infrastructure, I mean, what do you use to receive money? You know, what software? How do you keep track of your expenses? How do you keep track of the revenue or the monies that you do bring in? What about your staff? How do you pay them? And how do you determine what they will be paid? And so I made a lot of mistakes when I was doing fashion shows, because fashion shows, I was responsible for paying a minimum 30, 40 people per event, minimum, from the DJ to the makeup artist to the models to the people coming to help me move things. And there were so many factors that I did not put into play that I needed to, and that resulted in me bringing home not very much money, because I had to pay it. I had to pay an entire staff. So it took me a couple of years to develop that. And another thing that I would do different is not give away my talent.
Oh, you mean you can't just donate your time to everybody?
I did initially, because when I first started, when I stepped out on my own, I was like, okay, I haven't done this before. So let me get, some experience under my belt, and which is fine. I mean, you have to start somewhere from, yes. But I didn't see me working at these corporate companies as the experience that I needed. And so I was kind of starting with myself from scratch, as a business owner. And I don't know if you are familiar with Angela Stribling.
Yes.
She was a good friend of mine.
She's a friend of mine too. Yeah.
And she is the person that made me understand. She's like, you're talented. Everyone cannot put together an event like this by themselves. Mm-hmm. You have to, you can't just give your talent away. And so she was very instrumental in making me understand that what I brought to the table had value.
Yes. And I think what's beautiful about her personality is she tells the truth. You know, and not everybody, they a long time ago, I don't remember who it was, that said you can't handle the truth, right? And many of us can't handle the truth. And mm-hmm. Angela brings it to you raw.
And she's so sweet with it.
And she loves you.
Her she loves you, but smooth and sultry voice.
Straight up, no chaser. Right?
You're absolutely correct.
But that's what we all need. We need to have people in our back pocket, front pocket, side pockets. We need mm-hmm. to have people that, one, we can trust. Mm-hmm. Two, that has the experience to even give me information. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. And three, that loves you unconditionally.
Amen. Amen.
Right?
And there's the four.
Okay, take it.
Work ethic.
Yes.
Everyone does not have the same work ethic that you do. And that's really important, because if you have a weak link in your organization, it will suffer.
Yes.
And, everybody has to be able to pitch in to make it successful. And
that's really powerful, though, that work ethic. We don't always say it. And I had to just kind of jump when you said the work ethic, because we don't think about the expectation that we have of the people that we surround ourselves with. Mm-hmm. And those two words are huge.
I've lived it. I live it. I do. And because a lot of what I do is basically dependent on other people, helping.
Yes.
You know, I work in a team setting, a team environment, and you know, my events would not go off as successful as they are and as they do if my team, you know, didn't weren't stellar. I have a dynamic team. Our events are amazing, and I will say this as well. It's not just the event itself that makes it successful. It's what happens after the event that is where the real benefit comes from. Because you know, we can go back to the Congressional Black Caucus and we can accept and receive and give out business cards every day, all day. But when you leave or when you go back home, are you calling these folks? You know, are you making a real connection with the people that you have met? And that is something that we pride ourselves on at KEI. You know, because that's what we do. We're matchmakers, and we provide the outreach. And my business partner has been in the end. He's been a consultant for over 40 years, and he has the connections, he has the resources, he has the access. And so we partnered together we call them capstone events.
Yes.
To create the capstone events, and he brings the people together, and I provide the place and venue.
I love it.
Yeah.
But it's good to have folks around you. And, you know, this is from experience. Make sure you really have done the search that you need to do when you're bringing people into your world, into your space, into your business, and get a clear understanding of what you're really dealing with and with whom you're really dealing with. And, you know, it's sad, but sometimes you have to put out a couple of feelers just to make certain that everybody is reading off the same page, and they may know somebody that you don't know, but sometimes it's good to investigate to be sure that all that glitters is gold.
Amen. Amen.
Right.
You're
and that's a hard lesson, girl. That's a hard lesson.
And can be expensive.
Yeah.
It can
Don't
be
get me started.
as well. So
yeah, that's a whole nother show.
Absolutely.
So we've got a few more minutes left. Give us some 3 things that we have young people who are here, they're retiring, they're starting a new business. Give us 3 things that they should be serious about in how they're growing their business and how they're going to deploy their services or products.
Okay. Number 1, you should educate yourself on everything, and keep it real. And when I say keep it real, I mean, think about 10 years from now. You know, what's your long-term goal with whatever it is that you're looking to do? And is it sustainable? Do you have to be there for the business to run? That is a real dynamic of a business, of a successful business, is being able to duplicate what it is that you do. One of Maryland's, he's just a sweetheart, but I think one of Maryland's most fabulous Black business owners is the gentleman that owns Carolina Kitchen, Lance London. And I just love every aspect about what he does from a business standpoint. And but the third thing is consider exporting. Can you? And I mention exporting because one of the companies that I've worked with recently, it's called Black and Global Business Network. I like giving them a shout out when I'm here, because they are a phenomenal company, and every service, well, not every service, determine if your service or your product or whatever it is that you offer, if that can be done in another country. Black and Global helps Black-owned businesses obtain opportunities in other countries. They don't just target the Caribbean, they target the entire world. The United States makes up only 5% of the consumer goods purchased throughout the globe. And why not tap into that 95%? You know, if you have accounting services, your accounting services can be used overseas. Consulting children books or children's or a medical device. IT is one of the largest areas that they're looking for in other countries. Exporting used Toyota vehicles, the Toyota, Nissan, used cars. There are so many different things that these other countries have a need for that we can offer. And so I just encourage the audience to look up Black and Global Business Network and reach out to them and see if they have, if they can help your business go global. They are amazing. I'm trying to figure out how I can do get a product or services so that they can help me. But but it's a wonderful company, and so to wrap that portion up is for the 3 things that companies should consider: educate yourself, empower yourself, make sure your product is sustainable, and consider exporting your goods or services out of the country.
Mm-hmm. What's really interesting, on Friday, I was invited to a program where representatives from the Embassy of Ghana talking about American firms, particularly Black companies, to do business in Ghana. Mm-hmm. So this is confirmation for me, Miss Evie. I appreciate it, because, you know, sometimes we do things and we happen to go someplace and we don't really know what the ulterior motive is, why you need to be there. But this is confirmation, because it's, you know, totally around that circle. And we heard it. As a matter of fact, there are several people that walked out of there. We kind of looked at each other, and we're going to call each other later on in the week. But, you know, you don't know what you don't know until it's presented to yourself. So to me, this conversation that we're just having is confirmation on what I saw on Friday.
Okay, well, I have more information for you if that's the case.
Okay, so I'll get your information from Dr. Kelly, and we'll follow back on that. But I'm just really excited that, here we have Cordelia. Hi. You're on mute.
I've enjoyed your conversation behind stage, and I learned so much. So thank you, Evie Edwards Evans, and thank you, Marcia Jews, for your amazing conversation creation here.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, this was great because it was totally off script.
Yes. Marcia's amazing in that way. She's interviewed me as well. She's just like, you know.
Well, see, one thing you do know, Cordelia, is that, you know, I don't know if you knew this. Probably not. I don't know if I told you. It's probably not. But I got most talkative in high school. On the senior, my mother was, when I say mortified, she was mortified. Everybody got most likely to succeed, best dressed. No, not Marcia. She got most talkative. She didn't speak to me for about a week.
And here you are.
Talking.
And it serves you well.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much, ladies. Please connect behind the scenes. And remember, genius is common.
Yes, it is. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use Cash App that is on the screen below. That's the $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. I am Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr. Brown?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you want to give yourself a competitive edge. If you got a message, you have some knowledge or experience, a story, or if you want to do something adventurous and exciting with your life that can increase your credibility, expose you to millions of people, I'm encouraging you to have your own talk show. I used to have a talk show. That one talk show catapulted me to another level. Now there are more people watching the internet, as you are aware, than television. Yes. Come on, somebody.
That's right.
Dr. Kim Jacobs, she trained people on how to have their own talk show. She will train you how to do that. And now with me working, partnering with her, now you have the combination of an audience, expansive audience. We have over 4 million people in all of our platforms, and the coaching you need to grow your business, to grow your multi-level marketing organization, to draw more attention to yourself in this noisy economy. Go ahead, Kim.
So in the training that I do, Les, I actually do a 6-week training. It's 1 hour per week. And each week I meet with the individuals one-on-one. We go through and we talk about all of the things that's necessary for a show to become a reality. We go from how to actually identify your focus area, what's going to be your ideal customer that's going to be tuning in. We'll talk about how to get guests, how to get sponsorship, how to go about getting your lighting, your branding, and your banners, and everything that you need to know. And guess what, Les? They own their own content at the end of the day.
And that's exciting. Now, if you're ready to create a shift in your business and in your life and increase your cash flow, I want you to go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. It's right there on the screen.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar of Workout Around My Day, Inc. I am your moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So our next speaker is Michael Dillard. He is an ICF ACC certified coach, helping executives to become impactful leaders and everyday people build generational wealth. Michael's dynamic approach to establishing a balance in life when it comes to one's career and personal finances has made him a sought-after coach and public speaker. He is the author of Accidental Success, a memoir of how he became an accidental diplomat, and the 5 steps to build generational wealth, a quick read that teaches the fundamentals of personal finance. I present to you Michael Dillard.
Hello, good afternoon, Cordelia. How are you?
Excellent. It's a pleasure to meet you. I can't wait to hear your talk.
Oh, likewise.
Yeah, absolutely. So remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thanks for that warm introduction. Once again, my name is Michael Dillard. I have an MBA in financial planning, a master's in accounting. I have over 15 years helping people build generational wealth and coaching leaders to become 1% better every day. As stated before, I'm the author of Accidental Success, which is a memoir which teaches you how I went from being unemployed on a Friday, My wife was pregnant with our second child to becoming an accidental diplomat on Monday. And then I went on to write my second book, Build Generational Wealth. And that's going to be the nature of today's topic. A lot of people struggle with debt and saving for their retirement. And a lot of times it's because there's a lot of misinformation in the market and a lot of fancy tools and jargons that confuses people. And my goal today is to inspire you to build generational wealth in 5 easy steps. Make sure you get an ink pen, something to write with, to take notes. Step 1, what I want you to do is write down how many children do you have, or type in the chat box if you're watching this online on Facebook or on YouTube. Type how many children do you have? All right. So now the first step is to buy a 20 or 30-year term life insurance for a minimum of $750,000. That is step 1. Why 20 or 30-year term? Think about it. If you typed in the chat box, you'd probably type you have 2 or 3 children. If your youngest child is 2, how long is it going to take for your youngest child to graduate from high school and then finish college before they will be able to take care of themselves? Think about it. Your neighbor is married with 2 children. She's driving to work, and all of a sudden she gets a phone call from Vanderbilt Hospital that says that her husband has been in a tragic accident at work. She immediately gathers herself and she rushes to Vanderbilt. By the time she gets there, the doctor says it's too late. There's nothing that we can do. After their funeral, she's thinking, how is she going to pay for all these expenses? A lot of times people say, well, I have life insurance through my employer. In her case, her spouse earned $60,000 a year, and her company paid one-time salary, which was $60,000, but the funeral costed $12,000. So she has $48,000 left to take care of her family from the age until they're able to graduate high school and college. This is why step 1 is to buy yourself a life insurance policy like you buy your car insurance. You don't buy car insurance from your employer. Go to a company, a reputable company that sells life insurance, get 3 quotes from different companies, buy yourself a term life insurance policy for at least $750,000 or more, enough income to get your youngest child out of high school and out of college so that they can take care of themselves. Put another way, imagine that the life insurance policy is $750,000 and you have 2 car payments, you have student loan debt, you have credit card debt, and you have the mortgage. Well, with $750,000, you can go ahead and pay off the cars and the credit card. And then if your house is $400,000, you can afford to pay off the house and have a little bit of money left over to take care of you. It's all in how you want to use your money. The most important thing is to be protected. Now, a lot of times people say, well, life insurance costs a lot of money. Well, actually, the cost of life insurance is equivalent to a meal. Think about it. Instead of going out to Red Lobster for the month, you can buy yourself something that's going to help build generational wealth for your family. You're going to protect your family instead of leaving them in debt. Otherwise, your spouse or your loved one, they're going to have to sell the house, move out, and suffer. We don't want that. I know you don't want that. So make sure you get out there and buy your term life insurance like you buy your car insurance. Because remember, your employer can let you go tomorrow. And if you get laid off for 6 weeks, you don't have life insurance. We witnessed that during COVID. Think about it. Step number 2. Get the free money, M-O-N-E-Y. If you like money, type M-O-N-E-Y in the chat box. Scream money, money, money. If you like money, type it, yell it. In order to get something, you got to ask for it. You got to say it out loud. You have to claim it, M-O-N-E-Y. A lot of employers are offering you free money if you're willing to invest in yourself. Actually, here's a trick I normally do. Let me get the money. A lot of times, employers say, if you take money and you put it in your account, your 401k account, we will also put money in the 401k account for you. So imagine this is $1,000. You put $1,000 in at the end of the month, they will put $1,000 in. That is 100% return on your money. Where else can you get 100% return on your money? Nowhere. But your employer says first, you have to be willing to invest in yourself. So that's step one. Step one is to invest in your 401k. Most employers will match up to a certain percentage. So if you're making $5,000 a month, they're not going to let you put $5,000 in, and then they also match $5,000. They typically have a cap of 5%. And so put in the cap, get the free money, invest it in the S&P 500. The S&P 500. The reason why is that the S&P 500 is like having the American Olympic team playing for you. The S&P 500 has 500 of the best performing U.S. companies in the S&P 500. Apple's in the S&P 500. Google is in the S&P 500. Amazon is in the S&P 500. So if these companies aren't doing well, well, then nobody's doing well. That's why you need to invest in the S&P 500. You're going to get an average annual return of 9%. 9%. First you say, 9% is not much. But guess what? Einstein says that compound interest is one of the 8 wonders of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it. A lot of times I like to say, replace it with money. He who understands money earns money. He who doesn't pays money. There's a thing called the rule of 72. You take 72, get a piece of paper, take 72. I'll pause so you can get your pen and paper ready. Take 72 and divide it by the average annual return of your investment. If you have $10,000, you just inherited $10,000 and you want to invest it, and someone says, I want to put the money in bonds, that would be a good idea. Put your money in bonds. A bond has an average annual return of 3%. So you take 72 divided by 3, and that equals 24. That means in 24 years, your $10,000 is going to double to $20,000. However, if you invest in the S&P 500 that has an average annual return of 9%, you take 72 divided by 9 and you get 8. So now after 8 years, your money has doubled. Another 8 years, your 20,000 becomes 40,000. Then 8 years later, your 40,000 becomes 80,000. This is why Einstein said compounding interest is one of the 8 wonders of the world. So that's step number 2. Step number 3, we got to talk about it. Those credit cards. I know you got to have it. Got to have that fancy Louis bag. You got to have the Chanel. You have to have the Jordans. You have to go out to eat. You have to have all that stuff. But would it surprise you that a $5,000 charge on your credit card, and if you make the minimum payment of 2%, like they say, hey, just pay 2%, and you make that 2% payment, guess how much interest you're going to pay by the time you pay it off in 30 years? In 30 years, you're going to pay $10,000 in interest. Think about it. $5,000 charge costs you $10,000 in interest. This is why you have to pay off those credit cards. And you know they're charging you 16% interest, 18% interest, even 24% interest. We just did the exercise. If you get a 9% return, take 72 divided by the 9, your money doubles in 8 years if you're doing the whole compound interest thing, investing in S&P 500. So you must pay off those credit cards ASAP. Pay off all that high interest debt, pay it off. There's multiple ways you can pay it off. You can do high interest, but I like the debt snowball. That's what I teach. I teach the debt snowball method, which has helped a lot of families get out of debt. Step number 4. Step number 4. This is a step that a lot of people miss out on. They get out of debt. They're doing well. A lot of people are making 5 figures, 50,000, 80,000. They get the raise, but then they don't know what to do. The next step is you must take advantage of the IRS tax deductions. That's right. If you open up an individual retirement account, you can take advantage of some of the rich secrets that the wealthy use. The wealthy use these secrets in order to build generational wealth. You can open up a Roth IRA, which means that if you make $60,000 and you put $6,000 in the account, you're going to pay tax on that salary. You're going to pay tax, but when that money starts to compound and grow, remember, compound interest, that's $6,000 in 9 years is going to be worth how much? Type it in the chat box. If you were listening, you know it's going to double, right? In 8 years, that $6,000 is going to double to $12,000. That's right. And guess what? Since you put it in a Roth individual retirement account, the government's not going to tax that money again. That money is going to continue to grow and compound. There's another option. You say, you need the tax deduction. So if you're making $60,000, you put $6,000 in a traditional IRA, the government is going to take $60,000 minus the $6,000, and they're going to tax you as if you made $54,000. And then when it's time for you to retire, when you meet your minimum retirement age, you have to check the IRS guidelines. What that means is that the IRS is going to make you take out a certain percentage out your account so they can tax you. They got to tax you. So they're going to tax a small percentage of your account. But the most important thing is that you have to take advantage of the tax savings to build generational wealth. Generational wealth is built like this. Here's my motto. You build generational wealth 1 penny, 1 dime, $1 at a time. That is how it works. That's step 4. Now, step 5. Told you 5 simple steps. The last step that I teach is that you have to take care of your children. You have to take care of your children. There's a saying that goes something like this. If you cook for your kids, you go grocery shopping, you buy the grocery, you fix the food, you put it on the plate, the kids are going to eat. They're going to eat that day, right? They're going to eat it up. It's going to be great. However, they can only eat for 1 day. But if you teach your kids how to go to the grocery store and buy the groceries, how to cook the food, they can eat forever. And this is why the last step is the most important step to building generational wealth. Step 5. This is what I work on with all my clients is this. Open up a child savings account. It can be a college savings account, a child savings account, whatever account you prefer, open it up as soon as possible. If they're 2 years old, open it up and now put in $500, put $100. It doesn't matter the amount. We're building habits. We are building generational habits because you know what? We build generational wealth, what? 1 penny, 1 dime, $1 at a time. Open the account, put the $100 or $500 in the account. Now, when it's their birthday, tell grandma, chip in $50. Tell the cousins to chip in $25. The aunts, the nieces, everyone chips in $25. For Christmas, say, hey, John, hey, Marcus, guess what? I just bought you 500 businesses because that's what the S&P 500 is. It's 500 businesses. Here are 500 businesses that you now own. You're teaching the kids to become business owners at a young age. They're able to see their money grow year after year after year because the money is going to compound. This is why Einstein said compounding interest is one of the 8 wonders of the world, because it's magical. The more time that your money has to compound, the richer you will become. So that is step 5. As I'm ending up, I have a couple stats. I read a recent survey yesterday, kind of threw me off. It said Black wealth is 70% below others. 70% below. The average Black net worth is about $340,000 compared to non-whites, which is $1.1 million. That is a huge gap. But what's amazing is one of the biggest reasons is how African Americans invest. They have the house, but they're not investing in stocks and mutual funds. This is why you need to take advantage of the free resources, your 401k, your IRAs, invest in the S&P 500 today, not tomorrow, but today. You have to take action today. Another motto I say, vision plus action equals success. You have to have a vision. Where are you going in life? How long are you going to continue to work? As a leader, if you're a business leader, what is your vision for yourself, for the company? Once you establish a vision, you have to be willing to take action. Identify 2 or 3 things that you might consider, and then choose one action and commit to that. When you do that, success will follow. Success will follow. I enjoy working with business executives, helping them to become 1% better, helping them to build team morale, because it's all about using your resources. If you have the vision and you tap into the resources, you too can become 1% better. The CEOs, the CFOs of these Fortune 500 companies, they have coaches. They have professional coaches that helps them identify strategic plans that they need to implement in order to become great. So last thing as I conclude is another stat that I read is that houses have been appreciating about 4% since 1991, but recently they've appreciated 7.7% since 2012. And the thing is that this is another way in which you can build generational wealth by owning your house instead of renting a house. When you have a landlord and you move out, the landlord is going to do what? They're going to say, thank you. They're not going to give you anything. But if you have a house and you move out, guess what? You own the property, so you can get a nice check. So that concludes. Thank you for listening to today. I hope I was able to inspire you to become 1% better in leadership and in wealth. Make sure that you donate. The Black Business Network, they're helping the youth. We are helping the next generation of young leaders become great. The best way to do that is to donate. Donate $5, $10, $100. If you're a corporation, make sure you donate. Sponsor a young college student so that they can go on to be the next future leaders of the world.
Hello. So thank you for everything that you shared. I'm wondering, so when you first asked how many children you have, I was like, everybody doesn't have 2 or 3 children. I've got 6. So
okay. All right.
There's that. So like, what other things could I implement? I loved everything that you shared. In that regard with the life insurance policies and everything. But like I've heard that you could actually make your family their own bank.
So I've heard about that. Once again, I feel like, in order to build generational wealth, we have to do it by using simple steps. And the bank philosophy is something that I don't follow. I don't have the professional knowledge on. What I know is that if it's something that you cannot explain on a napkin, that it might not be for you or for me. And, there are different tools that are more advanced for people who have, extra layers of wealth and et cetera. But for me, I just feel like for the common people, let's keep it simple. Life insurance is for your life. Investing is for investing, right? A house is meant to be driven. A house, you simply you don't mix it. A house is to be lived in. A car is meant to be driven. So I feel like it's best to just keep all these things separate. Keep it in separate categories. What are you trying to, it comes back to what's your goal, right? When I'm coaching someone, I like that. What is your goal? What is your goal? Is your goal to do what? Build wealth? Is your goal to preserve wealth? What is the goal? Once you're able to identify the goal, then I go through a process trying to figure out, okay, what's going on in your life? What's going on in your life? Okay, what's real? What's not real? And then we kind of go through, okay, I have a $1 million inheritance. I want to preserve it. That's different than someone who doesn't have $1 million. So the plan of action that they need to take is going to be different. And that's why I say some of these, fancy financial instruments, they're not for everybody. But great question. The most important thing, I feel like people need to ask the questions, right? Ask the questions.
So should they come to you to figure out what those questions should be? Because that's what I find sometimes. I'm just out of my depth and I'm like, I know this is a great opportunity to ask a powerful question. What is that question supposed to be? Do you help with that?
I help with that. And I provide a lot of free resources. If you go to my website, if we're allowed to mention the website.
Please tell us.
Okay. The website is madillard.com. M as in Michael, A as in Apple, Dillard, like the store. I provide a free generational checklist that asks you all the questions that you need to think about to determine your net worth today, but also for tomorrow. It goes over how much is your life insurance worth with your employer. A lot of times people they know they have life insurance with their employer, but they actually don't know the amount, and they'll be surprised it's only $60,000. So I go through that. I also provide free financial literacy information via the YouTube channel as well, which you can follow by going to madillard.com. And I have a passion for helping people. So you can also take advantage for a limited time, though, for the next 30 days. I have a Build Generational Wealth course. I created a course that people can take. It's about a 2-hour course, and it takes you through all the 5 steps that I believe in, which is 1, term life insurance, not whole life, not all these fancy things, because a car is meant to be driven and a house is meant to be lived in, Right. Number 2, get that free 401k money. Number 3, pay off your credit cards, high interest, take advantage of the IRS tax savings. And then you got to teach your kids how to eat, teach your kids how to fish. Just want to keep it basic and simple so you're not stressing.
Okay. So that's really helpful. So it's M.A. Dillard, like you see his name spelled on the screen, DILLARD.com. And you can get free resources there. You also have a YouTube channel, which is your name?
The YouTube channel, if you search financial education and literacy.
Okay.
And then you can type my name, Michael Dillard. You'll see I have over 100 videos online where I provide 30-second sound bites, 60-second sound bites. And then I also have, 10-minute modules as well.
Okay. And then, of course, you created the free course. Can they access that from your website as well?
That is correct. They can access that on the website as well. Because once again, my goal is to, help build generational wealth. And the first thing, we have to get correct information out there. As a financial coach, I've worked with people. And what I did was I created a course based upon the common questions that I help resolve.
So you basically took your list of FAQs and created a course that's accessible to everyone. So when people ask you those questions, you're just like, here's the link to my free course.
I actually like to have discussions, right? So when I have time, I will meet with anybody. That's why you'll see on the website. You can book a 30-minute consultation with me as well, because I just want to, give basic resources to people. And then since each person's individual financial needs are different, then we work to tailor the plan based upon their individual goal. But the most important thing is we don't want people on the interstate going north, going up to Ohio when they need to be going south to Florida. We want to get people going in the right direction. And that's my goal. My goal is to help build generational knowledge one day at a time.
Yeah, I really appreciate the simplicity of what you offer, and the ease with which you make it, because a lot of people do have money stories and money anxiety and things like that. And just like listening to you it's like, oh, there's so much ease. It's you make it so not rocket science.
Yes, indeed. And you'll be amazed. I released a Facebook post that showed a chart how to determine how many years it takes for your 10,000 to double. And in the response, someone said that, well, how do you know you're going to get your money if you put it in a 401k? The government makes you wait forever. And you see, these are people who are trying to discourage you to make a bad investment. And that's why we got to block out the noise. Let's block out all the noise and keep it simple.
Yeah. And so above and beyond your 401k, though, are there other vehicles that you would recommend?
So once again, I'm going to go with tax advantage vehicles first, which is going to be your 401k, or if you're self-employed, you can have a self-employed individual retirement account as well. You'll want to speak to a tax consultant because there's different rules, but you can put a lot more money in. So you can put in $20,000 in your SEP IRA. But the thing is that there's different rules where you have to match other employees in your company. It becomes a little technical. So if you're self-employed, you can still take advantage of these financial tools. And then once again, then I go to the IRA, right? The IRA, if you're a regular employee, you got your 401k, then as a regular employee, you want to do the IRA because you get tax benefits if you qualify. And then outside of that, then it's going to be, you're still going to invest in the S&P 500. The only difference is that you're just not going to get the tax discounts, right? You're not going to get the tax discounts, but it's still the same thing. You're able to invest and build generational wealth like everybody else. Of course, you can buy your house, make sure you own your house, and you can invest in real estate. When you look at the Fortune, Forbes magazine, the most richest people, it's from their financial people or their real estate people, those who are at the top.
Yeah, that's true. And then, of course, the easiest way is to not generate any debt. So are you suggesting that we pay for everything cash or just have enough revolving credit just because it's a thing?
I recommend paying everything in cash, because when you're paying the 20% interest, you're robbing yourself and your kids of future wealth. Because once again, if you have a $5,000 charge on your credit card because you went out to eat and then next month there was an emergency and then you flew off somewhere and now you have $5,000 that you owe. And you say, oh, I'm just going to make the minimum payment until I get that raise at the end of the year, right? I'll wait, you're going to get the raise. So you make the 2% minimum payment. If you keep doing that, you're going to pay additional $10,000 in interest. $10,000 in interest. Now, once again, if you're watching my YouTube lessons, you're going to know that $10,000 invested in the S&P 500 in 8 years is going to be doubled to be worth $20,000. So you're giving up more than $10,000, right?
Yeah.
You're probably giving up $80,000, all because you're paying interest, the minimum interest on your credit card. So that's why if you can pay cash, pay cash. Life happens, but this is why we just want to pay cash for everything as much as possible.
Right. And so what are your thoughts about home equity loans, right? So you're buying a house, probably not cash. You're buying a house on a mortgage, right?
So getting a mortgage is great because it's not a high interest loan. Most of the time, the interest rate it's going to be around 6% at the height. Right now, you can see historically, we're kind of at the high level with interest rate being at 6%. But if you go back 40 years ago, you'll be surprised how high those interest rates were 40 years ago. So 6% is still reasonable. I do recommend getting a loan to buy a house, putting down a down payment, because once again, a stat that I just looked at, since 2012, the average appreciation on a home is going up 7.7%. So what does that mean in dollars?
Yeah.
You buy a house and it's just say $100,000, right? There's no such thing as $100,000 house, but you buy a house that's $100,000 and it goes up 7.7%. That means your house just went up by $7,700 in value. That's a lot of money. And then
that's significant.
That is significant. But now, and say your mortgage, your mortgage is, say it's $600. You're paying $600 for that, and then your house is appreciating. Versus you're paying rent of $600 per month for 10 years. When you leave, you're lucky to get your deposit back from the landlord, right?
Without interest, by the way.
But if you own the house, then it's going to go, it would have went up in value. It would have went up in value. So now the $100,000 house in 10 years from now might be worth $150,000. In this case, it makes sense because it's an asset that's appreciating in value. It's something that's going to make you money, something that's going to cause your net worth to increase.
Right. So you can get loans on things that will bring you equity.
That is correct. That is correct. And then, so which is a mortgage. So I recommend a mortgage. A home equity is a different term. That's kind of like a credit card in a way. It's a home equity loan is a revolving line of credit. And once again, the problem, anytime you borrow money and you have these creative tools, you got to pay it back. And if something happens, then they're going to come for your house. So, and because think about it, if you have a mortgage, $100,000 mortgage, and then now you take out a home equity line of credit for $10,000. If you don't pay the $10,000 back, what do you think they want? They want
the
your house.
Collateral, right? Which is the
Yes,
house.
which is the house.
So I love that distinction. So basically you're now giving us a lesson on assets and liabilities. So while a home equity line of credit may be less interest rate than a credit card, it is like a credit card, a liability, and it's going to deplete your asset and it compromises your asset. So this is a very good distinction, and thank you for bringing that into the conversation, because when we talk about generational wealth, part of it is people don't have the education because they don't teach this in school, because we're taught to be factory workers and slaves and not people who are money makers creating generational anything. So I really appreciate you teaching us about assets and liabilities there. Are there any other so basically what I'm hearing you say is that we should invest our money, see ways that we can get it doubled. In the case of the 401k, a lot of companies do match it dollar for dollar up to a certain dollar amount. Some companies do 50% up to a certain dollar amount. But look into that, what your company offers for those of you who are viewing this and learning from Michael Dillard here. Is there anything else that you really want to bring our attention to?
Yes, Cordelia. The last point I want to make is that I've seen this happen all the time. Someone says, "Oh, I'm already investing in my 401k." And this is why I like the Build Generational guide that I have online that you can download for free, because it makes you actually go and look at it. Are you investing in bonds or stocks, or is it a target date fund? What are you actually investing in? Because people say, oh, my employer is handling it for you. You're going to leave your retirement when you're 40, 50 years of age to when you're 60, 70. You're going to leave that to your employer to manage? No, you need to manage your own retirement yourself. And you need to make sure that they have the right stock allocation, which is, I'm going to keep hammering it, the S&P 500, also known as a large cap fund. You want to invest in large cap fund because how would you feel if you put your money in your 401 account every month is going in, and you have your money allocated in bonds? Bonds only go up 3% a year, but you don't know this because you never checked, right? You never checked because they took care of it for you. So your money is in bonds, but your employer, who's been working side by side, your coworker who's been working side by side with you for 20 years, they put their money in the S&P 500. Now it's time for y'all to retire. Your coworker has $300,000 in their 401k account, and you only have $50,000. How are you going to feel?
Cheated. What just happened? How come Bob is making so much money? Yeah.
Yes. And all this because of, you got to have the financial education and literacy to understand how does a bond work versus how does a stock work.
So is that some of the education on your YouTube channel?
That is correct.
Okay. Wow. This has been, completely enriching, even for myself. And not that I know all things about all things, but I just love being here on the Black Business Network, because I get to meet people like you with, different versions of expertise. I'm wondering, what people have you met here on the Black Business Network?
Several. Wade Randolph, he's been a wonderful mentor to me. Working with Dr. Kelly, very, very open. I'm shocked every time I have a question or anything. I'll call Dr. Kelly up and he'll pick up the phone. I'm like, what? You actually pick up your phone? He's been a great inspiration. There was another gentleman. I'm trying to think what the topic was. I think it was it's going, when you're thinking too much information overload. Right? Yeah, information overload. That's how in depth. Oh, I know which one it came. Thank you for allowing me to pause for a second. Chef. There's a chef. I can't remember her name. She's a chef. She was a part of the business network. She met a lady who helps small businesses get certified. I can't remember her name. She helps businesses get certified. And then she helped the chef. And the chef went on to do great things, working in the diversity, equity, inclusion space, using her cooking tools as a way to have an open dialogue. That was touching.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Yeah, I've had like a number of. I've only been moderating the first day here, and I've met 3 amazing people. So and you're the third person, so I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for the whole 7 days. So, and the great thing is that we're doing this for the children, isn't it?
That's the best thing. The children, the future generation. There's a lot of information out there, and sometimes they're intimidated to ask. And that's why it's our responsibility to reach out and pull people up one by one as we have the time to coach the next generation so that they don't make mistakes that we've made, or so that we can provide them with tools and resources that will allow them to reach the top faster or sooner than what we did. And I do that all the time. I have a passion of sharing with new supervisors and leaders so that they don't make that mistake. There's a rule. You probably know this rule. You, as a leader, you don't make a change within the first 90 days. Don't make a change within the first 90 days. There's reasons why that particular entity is doing it this way. Yes, in Dallas, you did it that way. But in Ohio or in, Florida, they do it this way. There's a reason why. Just sit back and analyze before you start tinkering with stuff and you end up breaking things. And that's a lesson. Take time to observe. Get to know your people within the first 90 days because people, they don't quit companies. They quit people. They quit bad leaders. That's what happens.
Wow. What an insight. Yeah, and I've been holding myself back from asking you questions about the other side of your business because I was like, oh, are we just talking about the one thing? Can I ask you questions about the other thing?
Yeah,
But
definitely.
okay, so thank you for bringing that in. And on that topic, tell me more. Um, you know, um, okay, so I'm going to ask you a simpler question because I'm looking at the time. You're a father, right?
Yes,
Have you found that fatherhood has made you a better leader?
definitely. Because working like right now, my son has a baseball game to go to, and I'm taking time to practice with him. But I realized that everybody learns differently. That's what you got right. Everybody learns differently, and everybody's motivated by different things. So my son, he likes football. So sometimes he's like, instead of practicing baseball, can we practice football? In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, but we need to go over the catching drills. We need to go over the hitting drills. But the thing is that you have to energize people, right? That's what's going to fill him up, make him motivated to go out there to play the baseball game because he threw the great pass, he threw the touchdown. And so that kind of shows me that take a step back and support people. It's all about supporting your kids, supporting your team members.
Wow. And I love that you shared that because that tells two things. First of all, that reminds us as leaders to see people, see who's in front of us. And number two, parenthood is something that only increases the capability of a person and the capacity of a person to be a compassionate leader. And just like you so beautifully demonstrated how fatherhood has helped you to be a better leader, I just want to take this opportunity to allow people to see that mothers are parents too, right? And a woman being a mother makes her a better leader than, not a worse leader. So I'm sure you've observed that with your wife.
Definitely. And you're touching me, Cordelia. You're touching me now. I'm getting soft and emotional. As you said, mothers are, can be leaders and are great leaders because, I grew up, at the time the family separated. I was in the summertime, I was, doing my back to school shopping at the dollar store, wearing plastic shoes. On Saturday, waiting for the mail lady to pull up so that I can run to the mailbox to get the nice package out. The package arrives, we all jump in the car, and my neighbors, they're looking at us like, what's going on? Why are they so excited to get this package and to go to the store? We pull up to not the mall, the grocery store, We pulled up to the grocery store because we were poor, we were broke, but still living. But despite that, my mom gave me love, lessons in life, right? And I was able to hold my head up despite being poor. And if you look at, I wrote about my book and I put it in, I provide a lot of free resources because I really want to help people. So people can go on YouTube as well. And I recorded the audio version of my book, Accidental Success. So I'm not making money. I'm trying to educate people. And because of that, because of the support and the love and the leadership, I went from being, growing up in poverty, getting food stamps, getting some government assistance to becoming an accidental diplomat, right? That is just like unheard of. That's why I had to share my story with people.
Thank you, Michael. That's amazing. I really appreciate you sharing your entire self and the wealth of your knowledge. I want to acknowledge you for your servant leadership, and thank you for everything you do and the way you show up.
Thank you, Cordelia, for moderating the session. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to connecting with you in the future. And
Absolutely.
Once again, thanks to everyone who is supporting the platform.
And remember, genius is common. Thank you for being here. So, the mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That's the $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to also thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melaine Shaney Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar of Workout Around My Day, Inc. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker today, she'll be speaking about goal setting in the 21st century. And her name is Angela Baptiste of Inspire. Angela Baptiste, MBA, has been a leader in the field of business-to-business sales operation in the telecommunications industry for over 26 years, winning several coveted awards in her field, recognizing the desire that people have for uplifting, inspiring, and motivational content after transitioning from the corporate world. She got certified as a speaker, coach, and trainer with John Maxwell team and began her independent business Inspire as a way to positively influence, inspire, and empower others in her community. I present to you Angela Baptiste.
Hello, how are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you. Lovely to have you here. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay, thanks. Good evening. It's such a pleasure to be here to share with you today. I've been talking about goal setting and how important it is for you and for each of us to goal set and have goals for our lives. So today, the focus really that I'm talking about is discovering your why. How do we discover what our purpose is? My name is Angela Baptiste, the name of my company, Inspire. Our goal is keeping people inspired. So, have you ever thought, what is my purpose here on this earth? Why am I here at this time, at this particular moment in time? What are the things that I'm most passionate about? What gets me going each and every day? What is my purpose? Why do I know who I am? What and why I am here? What is the reason I do the things that I do on a daily basis, on a weekly basis? Why am I really doing all these different things? You know, being aware of who we are enables us to live a life that is true to our very core beliefs and our values. To thine own self be true, said Shakespeare, the character Polonius in Hamlet. To thine own self be true. Indeed, clearly, to be true to yourself, you have to know yourself. Do you have a keen awareness of who you are? Have you sat back and evaluated and done a self-examination of who exactly you are, and why you're here? How do we discover our why, you may ask me, Angela? I believe what we do so by, yes, probing into who at the very core we are, asking ourselves some probing questions like, when am I at my best? Am I at best in the morning, in the afternoons, in the evenings? You know, am I one of those people who thrive during the daytime, or am I someone who does better at night? So answering that question, when am I at my worst? What really drives me? What fulfills me? What satisfies me? In my current role, what is my core purpose? So say, for example, you're a nurse. What is that core purpose that you're delivering that totally satisfy you? What makes you light up? What makes you beam inside? Where do I add the greatest value? So, is it in my family life? Is it with my friends? Those are some of the questions. How do you really measure your life? Answering some of these questions will allow you to define your personal why. Why am I really existing in this life? And then if you're in business, then you ask that for your company. What does your company really stand for? What is important to your business? It's not necessarily the products or the services that you sell. It is in knowing why you're doing business that you set up laying the foundation for your success. Defining what lives at the heart of your business or your purpose of being in business is your why. It is the fundamental belief that drives to action. And if you're not getting to that part where you're taking massive action, then you need to go back and look at what your why is. When we work from our why, which is our purpose, we're coming from a place bigger than our product. bigger than our service, bigger than how much am I going to make at the end of the month, right? So it's not about, okay, how much profit I'm going to make. It's more about, okay, is it going to fulfill me? Am I going to be fulfilled at the end of the day? It's going to bring me meaning, and it's going to give me value to my life. That's what I'm talking about. It is in this value that we find our purpose or why. Simply working towards a goal does not bring value to the effort. It is the working with purpose and from an inspired place that we can attract and unite inspired or family members or team members or customers and our partners. The question for you today is, are you ready to discover your why? You may ask me, is it important to know my why? The answer is a resounding yes. Knowing your why in life is key to giving yourself a clear direction, which provides confidence in your decision making because you're quite certain on why you do the things you do as well as why you choose not to do the other things. So why are you making those choices? Okay, why am I choosing to wake up at 5 a.m. instead of staying in bed until 10? That's going to give me a clear picture of what my why is. What's my purpose? Okay, my purpose for waking up at 5 is because I need to get to continue to serve others. I need to continue to get my message out of keeping people inspired. I need to keep going and getting my company to grow. So those are the things that motivates me. And that's my why, to why I wake up in that early in the morning. So what's your why? How do you determine what's your main purpose? What gets you up? Having a vision for the future is powerful, but it's even more powerful when you know why you're doing what you're doing. Your why is the motivation that moves you toward your vision. It means being driven not by what you create or how you create, but by why you create. So why are you doing the things? Identifying your why takes determination. Yes, it's gutsy, right? It takes putting on, those determination and knowing that this needs to get done. So I'm going to take massive action. It takes reflection, being able to evaluate and reevaluate and refresh and retune and then renew and start all over sometimes. Some of the things as a business owner you might need to ask yourself is, what matters most to me in the business? What is that one thing that I keep coming back to? What would be lost if this organization ceased to exist? So if I woke up one morning and my business is no longer in existence, would the people miss me? Would they misinspire? Why are we important to the people we serve? What are we giving them that they really benefit from? And so those are things that you're asking yourself based on what you're doing in your business, right? Why would anyone dedicate their precious time and energy and passion for our company? When you're able to answer these questions, then we're one step closer to discovering the why of why we're doing what we're doing. So defining your why allows you to be able to focus your energy and efforts on the things that matter most to you in your life, and it gives you the option to choose to take risk despite the difficulties or obstacles faced to achieve these goals. Yes, giving every bit of your being your whole heart and your soul once you've identified what that, because when you've discovered your why, it motivates you. It gives you the focus. You're not meandering around the place anymore. You have a total focus. You're tuned in to where you're heading, and you're able to, take aim for that in that direction. Never taking, that's why it's so important. Even though we're in a fast-paced world and everything's going so fast, we need to be able to take a pause, whether it's in our personal life or in our business life. Take a pause, be able to reflect, think about what it is, where we're heading. What's that vision? What's that goal? What am I aiming for? And just being able to reflect, refresh, and then start all over again if needs to. If we don't ever take that moment, that could cause not only our personal lives, but our business to operate in a continuous loop, making repeated mistakes and working blindly to changes that are necessary to maintain a high performance culture without even knowing it. That was not a good situation. So that's why it's so important to, no matter what, schedule that white space in your day or in your week so you could reflect over the things that you're doing and determine if, okay, this is what's the way forward. Working from your why endows every decision you make with a purpose. If you understand why you're working towards a goal, then you make intentional choices and always have a reference point to measure your movement. Why is this important, you may ask me? It is with your why that you create a solid foundation for your goals. And remember, we talked about how important it is for us to set goals and how important it is to have short-term goals and long-term goals and also mini goals as well. So you have those stepping stones to get to that next goal. So while we're talking about that, being able to set that, and so that you could grow your business and cultivate a strong team, providing a clear idea of where you and your company is heading, or your personal life as well. So if you're not guiding your personal life based on those goals and based on your purpose, that why, you're just just going around in loops and circles, and that's not an ideal situation. While money may be the result of reaching your goal, a money-driven goal does not serve a purpose. That's only an outcome. So it's okay. It's not that we're saying it's not important, but knowing the reason why you're doing something, not necessarily only for the outcome, but what is it serving? Is it serving you? Is it serving others? Let's look at some purposeful considerations for achieving your goals. So when we talked earlier about SMART goals, we talked about having specific goals. That's the only way you're going to be setting up for success. Having it has to be specific so that anyone looking at it will be able to say, okay. And so SMART stands for, S is your specific goal. M is for measurable, right? How you measure your progress towards your goal. And then A is for achievability. What are you going to gain from achieving that goal? And what's the relevance? When you achieve that goal, what is going to mean to your personal life? What is it going to mean for your business life? And then what is the time frame? So timeliness. What's the time frame within that you're going to achieve this goal? That's definitely going to be the way that it's going to set you up for success. And so that's the SMART goal way that I advise my clients to use when they're setting those goals. and setting up those defined goals. So do you personally have defined goals? Well, if you don't, I recommend that starting today, you definitely start writing down, just sit, take a few minutes, review your life, review your role in your job, whatever it is, and set and determine what those defined goals are. A part of identifying your why is sharing your purpose with others. We have to tell others what our goals are in order to be able to develop, and be significantly adding to say, okay, here's why I'm living. Here's what I am wanting to contribute to the world that I live in, as a family, as a team member in in a corporation, or as a business leader, as an entrepreneur. I recommend for us, each and every person, to sit back and develop a why statement. This will serve to encapsulate your purpose and your mission just in one brief, all-inclusive sentence. Here's an example of a successful why statement. It should be very simple, very clear, it's actionable and focused on how you contribute to others. Before you get started on your why statement, let's look at an example of a successful statement. And I did that based on my role as a coach, speaker, trainer with Maxwell Leadership. So here's the format that I recommend. And it's pretty simple and easy. It's to, and then contribution, so that, what's the impact? Okay, that's the format. Very simple, easy, and it's just one sentence. Here's what my final draft looks like. Simple: to engage and inspire people so that people are motivated to do something creative every day. So what would your why statement be? Just take your time with this and write several until you get it right. Clearly articulating your why is helpful not only for yourself, but for others to understand your purpose, and it is helpful for you to see it in writing. I always advise every one of my clients and people that I teach or do training with to just start writing down. Make it, once you write it, it becomes real. And then you could read it back and you see it every day, morning and afternoon, and you read it to yourself. It becomes real. So that will be an action item for you to take away today, to write your why statement. Why do you exist? Whether as an individual or as a company, if you're an entrepreneur or a business owner. What's that why statement? Your why should be embedded in who you are, every aspect of you, whether it's your organization or yourself. It should be a part of your mission statement. Yes, as an individual, you can have a mission statement. What does that look like? What are you here on this world? What's your focus for maybe the next 5 years? What do you feel that you're here to accomplish? What's that mission statement? I'd love to hear. And what are you representing in how you live your life, how you hire and collaborate with others? Your why is your daily dose of inspiration. Consider it to be your reminder to stay motivated and on track with your vision. Let's look at some ways to keep your why front and center. It's so important to stay close to your why. Being engaged in the daily performance of your company means staying close to the driving force for your business. So yes, you're the owner of the business, But do you stop by customer service sometimes just to check in, answer the phone sometime, or sit in on a design meeting just to catch up with the team members and reach out and find out how things are going and have that one-on-one with the clients? Your presence not only keeps you in direct contact with your why, but it also allows you to work alongside the people that make your vision possible. Yes. That level of engagement adds value by making you a direct player in the overall goal. So you're not just there on the sidelines, but you're deep in it. This is your why. You created it, and you want to be able for it to thrive and grow. So you have to be at the very roots of it to make sure that it's representing your why. Do you make a habit of engaging at the entry level? Do you make it a habit to be having conversations with your family members? Do you make it a habit to have a meeting or conversations with your kids so that they know why you're existing in this life? What motivates you? What's those actions that you're aiming towards? What's your goal? What's your vision? Sharing your why with the consumer is not enough to carry the message to your teams. And a good practice is to follow is never to leave your why open to interpretation. Every member of your team, from the executive level to the entry level, every member of your family should be able to clearly and comfortable talk about what your why, what your purpose, what your mission is. And they all should be able to recite it. So if someone should come up to me and say, what's your mission? What's your why? What's the purpose of your organization? I should be able to say, my mission and goal is to keep people inspired. That's the whole idea. So, and the people who I work with, my team members should be able to say that as well, so that they know exactly what our mission is, what we're about, the whole idea, why we exist. A driver of your success is due to the people you choose to hire to achieve it. Give them a sense of purpose for the work that they're doing by being clear and upfront about your goals. It is a team that executes on your company's vision and creates the company culture based on your why. You're highly encouraged to maintain a strong company culture and performance by offering, to different rewards and options to your employees. A clear mission, a collaborative atmosphere where they are able to learn and grow. A growth development focus and ensured results, respect, in your family. What are those what's the clear mission that you have for your family? Putting the why in your team. It is a team that executes on your company's vision and creates the company's culture based on your why. You're highly encouraged to maintain strong company and performance. A strong company culture is created when team members have a purpose and a goal for the work that they perform. Once you're clear on your why, it's easier to prevent distractions. You don't want to be distracted and not sure of the route you're going or where the direction you're going. So being clear is very important and will prevent people getting distracted. Though you may still encounter some struggle or some issues along the way, it's important that you have a clear, finite, it's specified exactly. This is where we're heading. This is our direction. This is where we're going. Being met with struggle can stop progress if we let it do so. but the struggle is also open and often shorter than the solution. So staying focused on your why will help you guide you to your solution. If you find yourself circling around the same struggle again and again, well, I will tell you this. There is a lesson in there that you're not seeing. So seek it out and learn from it. You know, they said failure is not the failure is only failure if you never learned anything from it. So the whole idea is, if you're stuck and you feel that you're spinning a wheel, then that's a time for a pause and to seek out what exactly is going wrong, and then learn from it, refresh, and restart. Sometimes it is in the struggle that we find the path forward. Isn't that always so true? I don't know about you, but that's happened to me so many times where, you know, I feel stuck or I'm in a struggle. I'm like, why can't I get over that path? And when I'm able to sit back and review, then I'm able to say, oh, I was missing something. And I'm able to refresh, restart, and then I'm able to go leaps and bounds much faster once I've learned from what the failure was. Running your company from your why means striving to make the environment where you live or where you work great and inspiring place. Creating a brand comes with the responsibility of helping in your community, making the community outside of where you live a better place. You know, as individuals, it's so interesting that we have to look at ourselves as a brand, and whether we're working with an organization as well, you know, it's a brand. So how do we create those brands, and how do we showcase what the brand is about and be truly authentic and be able to impact the team, the customers, or family, and serve that greater purpose by taking sustainable measures and focusing on community-based causes. Giving back to the community or to the world at large is so important. And so that's one of the things, you know, the Black Business Network is focused in on giving back into education, young kids who are going in high school, going to college, giving back so that, you know, serving for them so that they too can become better. That's what we're all here to do, and living our why. So how do we give back to the community and show our dedication to whatever your purpose is? It goes above and beyond in setting your company apart or setting yourself apart. So what are some of the ways that you could find your community mission? You start your search for a community cause with the following ideas to get you inspired. You align with your mission. Find a cause that aligns with your why. What's your why? Why do you exist? Are you here to serve and give back? Are you here to heal? Is it health? Whatever it is that you're focused in. And we have to remember the difference too, you know, because, or you might say to me, oh, I'm working, you know, maybe you're a server in a restaurant. And you're like, that's not my purpose right now. But your purpose is where you are today. So if that's, and we have to differentiate, this might be your job, but your work, what are you doing while you're serving the tables? Are you helping your clients that you serve? Are you blessing and touching their lives? Are you making a positive impact not necessarily only in serving in the meals and stuff, but are you giving a good word? Are you being the best at what you can be? Are you giving that powerful smile when you come in contact with someone? Are you making someone's day less less struggle, less, less, are you making them more uplifted by making a difference in their life? That's what I'm talking about. So you're partnering with a cause connected to your service or your product. So it's not about necessarily what you're doing right now. It's about every day. We're talking about a job. We're talking about what you were created to be. And so if you're feeling that, okay, I'm doing this job, but this is not my purpose, well, you're still designed to do your purpose each and every day, because you could make a difference and you could impact someone each and every day in your life, based on just living that why that you desire. So, get your family involved, get your team members involved. Consider setting up programs that allow team members to, could be paid time off or whatever it is, volunteer. Sometimes I personally, my daughter, she gets on me all the time. She's like, Mom, you're always volunteering for stuff and you're not getting paid for it. But I had to explain to her that, it's more than that. Yes, I'm getting double paid. And sometimes I feel even blessed more by just giving of myself and giving of my time than when I'm actually getting paid for it. Because I love so much what I do that I'll do it for free. And so that's what it is all about. When you're passionate about what you're doing, then you're definitely fulfilling that why. So make it your mission to educate the community on a cause close to your why. Embrace your failures. Every business has experienced failure. Whether it's a product, a team member, or service, failure, everyone has experienced it along the way. Staying connected with your why provides you with a solid foundation to address your failures head on. In failure lies the opportunity to learn from more mistakes. Adopt a habit of looking at failures with your team, with your family members, with your friends, to determine what changes are needed to do better in the future. Failure can lead to more failure unless you're willing to look at it and use it to your advantage to help propel you or your organization forward. So it's not failure if you've learned something. What's another thing we could do? We could ask for feedback. Ask feedback from your family, from your friends, from your team members. So that you could assess your own performance. It is also a constructive way to help to reflect, grow, and succeed as a leader. Transparency when it comes to how your performance is perceived keeps you honest and focused on your why. Good times to ask for feedback is, you could hold a family meeting. I don't know about you, but maybe once a month you have a family meeting and you have a good discussion and we're able to give feedback on, how we're fulfilling our purpose and our why. Or in your organization, you could do, I know we have weekly or monthly, quarterly meetings. That's a good time to ask for feedback. Or how about just in the moment? If you have a few minutes of the day, you just sit back and say, tell me how do you feel things are going, and have that discussion. Remember, though, that your response after receiving the feedback is just as important as asking. Oftentimes we ask for feedback, but we're not willing to receive it. And that's, that happens to me myself as well. Sometimes, you're not able to receive the constructive criticism, but we need to be open. If we're asking for feedback, then we need to be open to receive the constructive feedback, because the whole idea is for us to get better, right? So that we could fulfill our why. Of course, don't forget the importance of celebrating your successes. So when you're achieving and conking out those, and achieving your why, celebrate. Do that happy dance that I love to do. Whatever works for you. I love the happy dance. So I get up and do a jig or two. So do that. Celebrate milestones is definitely a great way to stay on track with your goals. It's also a great way to acknowledge your team for the value that they add and to recognize the work that they do to fulfill your company goals. You could have a small bonuses. You could give bonuses in terms of your organization, if it's your company, or for your family. You could have a family barbecue. I know my family loves that. They love a good barbecue. So that's something that we love doing. Or you tell me what it is that you love. It could be an ice cream social or taco day, whatever it is that would work for you. Just create a special event to celebrate. And oftentimes we forget to celebrate ourselves, and that's something that we should never do. We have to celebrate us. So celebrate yourself too as well. So when you're doing the jig for everyone else and the organization, just celebrate for yourself as well and give yourself a pat on the back. Knowing your why will definitely motivate you to take on more challenges that ultimately stretches you and takes you to another level of growth, that you will be so inspired to keep on growing to your fullest potential. Being able to live your purpose, your why, allows one the opportunity to always be exploring their vision of living a meaningful and fulfilled life and impacting those around them to do so as well. So guess what? If you haven't found your why, if you haven't found your purpose, I challenge you today to discover what your why is. Why are you existing? Why were you born on this earth? What's the purpose for you? And when you discover and find your why, there will not be much that you're not able to do, and your toughest days will become so much easier. It was Friedrich Nietzsche who said, "He who has a why to live for can bear almost anyhow." Wow. I'll repeat that. He who has a why to live for can bear almost anyhow. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope that this session today has left you inspired and ready to discover your why. Go out and discover your why and live your why each and every day. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Oh, Angela, thank you so much. You got me reconnected with my why. I was like sitting here taking notes. I was thinking, let me reassess what I'm doing here. So, I have a couple of questions. I'm happy. I'm actually excited that there's a little bit more time for us to talk. So I'm wondering, how did you really get started by offering this talk about goal setting in the 21st century?
Well, one of my my main focus is growth and development. And what I found with working with clients is that oftentimes they have not designed their life. And one of the things about designing your life, you have to have goals. And it doesn't, once you have goals, then you have to have an action plan. And so that's when I realized the need for it. It's so important for each and every one of us, no matter what it is. Some people would say, "Oh, I'm a stay-at-home mom." Well, yes, you're a stay-at-home mom, but what's the goal? What are your goals for that job? Because a stay-at-home mom, you have a job, right? So
No, I would say that's a career.
yes, so I found there was a very great need to share with people the importance of setting goals.
I love that. And it's true, no matter what it is, whatever your contribution is to this world, you do have to have a goal, because that will keep you focused. That'll make things lighter on the heavy days, and you can build a team, constituency, and some of the other things that you said there. I also want to highlight when you were talking about the importance of celebrating yourself. Tell me more about that.
Okay, so oftentimes, again, and I found a lot is females, right? We don't celebrate ourselves as much. We're focused on helping everybody else, and we will celebrate others and not ourselves. And so in my practice, again, I've found it so important to stress the importance of just being able to celebrate ourselves and saying, take a deep breath, enjoy the moment, and recognize that, yes, you have accomplished so and so. If you notice, you say to you might say to a lady, oh, thank you so much, you were so awesome, whatever, and they'll say, oh, it wasn't really anything.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, oh, thank you. So I learned the importance of just stepping back and saying, yes, I accomplished my goal. I got to maybe I haven't reached the main goal yet, but I've achieved that mini goal. So let's stop and celebrate that moment, and then it'll give me more energy to get on to that next goal.
Yeah, and to your point, just allowing yourself to receive the acknowledgement, right? You know, I experienced something similar. Like the first time I got an award, I didn't receive it in the moment. I received it 6 weeks later at a coffee shop, talking to a friend of mine, telling her about when I got the award. And so I love, ever since then, I've paid a lot more attention.
Yes. And it's so common that we're not used to just being able to accept it and receive it and just stand in that moment and celebrate it.
I call that pausing for the cause of you, really, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that you really, I believe, brought some light to was presence, right? That being connected to your why keeps you present.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very important. Yeah, because you have to be always in focus on where you're heading. What's your destination? Because if you don't know, then who's going to know? Then other people will be designing that life for you. And really, do you want someone else to design your life, or do you want to design it for yourself?
Yeah. So how can people connect with you again? Are you on social media?
Yes, I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Facebook. I have my website, www.inspires.shop.
Oh, okay. So it's www.inspires, capital I-N.
It's you could just, it's just INSPIRES .shop.
.shop. Okay. All right. And then on social media, you're also Inspires, or you're...
You could find me. I do have a LinkedIn as Inspires, and Facebook as well, but you could find me also as Angela.Baptiste. Angela Baptiste, yeah.
Okay. Very good. And do you have a free gift for people watching today, or you have any resources?
Well, I do. I do have my book. I have an inspirational book, and I'm willing to do a book. Yes.
Oh, you will do a book giveaway?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Okay, so then I guess what we'll just do is we'll collect their email address, and then
I'll
give
send
it to
them.
you.
And I'll send it out. Yes.
Yeah, amazing. Okay. Well, I didn't, I heard you saying how much you like to give back. I didn't at all mean to twist your arm into...
No, that's not at all. You did not. No, I love giving. It's a 30-day devotional, and I would love to share that with someone who is interested in receiving it.
Yes. And that is a great way to close our time with you today, is to really allow yourself to receive. We're giving freely here in the world, and allow yourself to be acknowledged and to receive. Thank you so much, Angela Baptiste, for being with us today and for what you bring to the world with Inspires.
Thank you. You have a great day, Cordelia. It's a pleasure meeting you, and it's been awesome just to serve. Have a good evening.
All right. Bye for now. So remember that genius is common. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's below on the screen. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April of 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melaine Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
Hi, my name is Annette Bentley Smith, and my geniuses are writing, becoming an inventor, and solopreneur. I self-published 14 children's books, as well as invented a plush toy and bed sheets that centers around reading and being read to. The trademarked and patent-pending plush toy will play 5 of my stories, soothing music, and you can record your own stories, songs, and messages using your own voice via the USB port. Kobe the Storytime plush tail koala bear also holds a book to put a picture of a child's loved one in it. The bed sheets have an entire bullying book printed on it. It has positive quotes, a word search game, a typing keyboard, and an open book with general questions. It has 2 pillowcases, a top sheet, and a fitted sheet, and it comes in a twin size. Becoming an author and inventing my products is an opportunity for me to give parents everywhere an interactive reading experience that's fun and unique. I believe reading together is important. My company, Ancorp Literary Works, is taking storytime and bedtime reading to a whole new level for our new generation of children. Genius is common.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much, I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds, boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child, laughing, funny. How air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could fly us a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale, because we in heaven fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar, and I'm your business moderator for this evening. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. The Black Business Network is a global, I just said that. So today, our keynote speaker will be talking about mindset, motivation, and manifestation. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Ardrey of 420 Wellness Jamaica, Inc. She is a serial entrepreneur with an over 3-decade history of conceptualizing, launching, scaling, and operating multi-billion-dollar business organizations. Dr. Ardrey is recognized as a proven leader in the real estate, finance, and development sector, leading design and building teams through the development process while ensuring that the scope, schedules, and budgets are maintained for multi-billion-dollar portfolios of projects under her leadership. Today, I present you with Dr. Steph Ardrey.
Hi, Cordelia.
Hi. So nice to actually see you. So,
Guys, how you doing today?
I'm great. Well, I'd love to catch up with you a little bit later, but for now, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, Black Business Network. I'm Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, and our conversation tonight, I actually have a panel. We're focused on beyond mindset, but on global business opportunities. I have both Eric and Chico Bell, who will be joining me as we discuss global business opportunities, in particular, looking at opportunities on the motherland, on the continent of Africa. So good evening. Hey, Eric. Hey, Chico. Good to see you both.
Stephanie. Hey, with all those books behind you, Stephanie, it looks like you can read.
No, I'm just faking it.
All right.
Oh, well, good to see you both. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. What I wanted to do is I want to talk about opportunities on the continent, in particular, Kenya and around. But before we jump into those particular conversations, I want to give a little bit of a background for the both of you and the new company that you're creating, and sort of why you thought now was the time in terms of creating that organization. And of course, Eric, you and I, we go back in finance circles and the Orange County community quite a few decades now. Wow.
That's right. That's right.
So I'll go ahead and let you, kind of share a little bit in not only the background, but also the reason for considering going global at this stage.
Yeah, well, Shiko and I, we were looking at, African Americans and Africans, and you and I have talked about this. We've been marginalized and overlooked and underserved for many, many decades. And we want to go ahead and take some of the things I've learned over the years and start to push it down to our people. The majority of my clients are of Caucasian, some few Mexican and a few others. But in terms of what we're doing as a people, we're just kind of missing out on some opportunities here within the United States. And Shiko being from Kenya, there's a lot of things going on over there that we want to try to participate on also. So.
Sure. Yeah. And so, Eric, why don't you set the framework for your background in case someone did not hear you speak on your keynote address? So give a little bit of the highlights of
I'll give you the last 27 years since I've been here in Southern California. Moved out here to Southern California to be the area manager for First Interstate Investments. So I had Orange County, San Diego County, and Riverside. Next, I went to State Street Global Advisors, where I was the principal of Southern California for them. Got coaxed to go away and go to BNY Mellon. It was Mellon at the time, but I went over there, became BNY Mellon during my tenure, and I was a senior director for them. And then BNP Paribas US, which is Bank of the West in the United States, recruited me to be their national sales manager. So I had about 19 states, a little bit over 300 people reporting to me, 17 direct reports. And then my last corporate job was working for First Republic Wealth Management. I was their managing director for Orange County here in California. In the last 12 years or so, I've been hanging my own shingle, working with a couple people that I've kind of grown through the ranks with in terms of tax attorneys and CPAs, other advisors such as yourself. And we just do deals. We try to help people mitigate their taxes. I mean, there's so many ways within the tax code that you can push down your taxes corporate wise and also personally. And we try to help people do that because if you make more, you want to keep more.
Absolutely. And most people get that part. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's perfect so that they could understand both not only the context of your background, but also the context of our conversation. Right. And Shiko, tell us a little bit about your background as well as, why you think your home country is primed for this type of investment. Enlighten us, please.
Well, I started out with healthcare. Sorry, there's so much echo going on. I'm going to have Eric kind of mute his volume, I guess. I'm sorry, give me a second. You want to reduce the volume on your end? So I started out in the healthcare world. Then I transitioned I met Eric, and we talked about all kind of resources that are out here. And with Kenya being that it's developing real fast, since 2018, we never had middle class. So we officially have middle class, meaning because we had either you were rich or poor, there was never middle class. So it's growing on a fast rate. And we've had Chinese, of course, build our roads, infrastructure. We just had a new president since August, I want to say the 9th. And he's a very young gentleman. He's very excited to bring all this new IT world, bring people who want to develop the country, welcoming foreigners as, Black people to move in and invest within ourselves. So it's very exciting. And I hope everybody does so because we're seeing a lot of other countries doing it and not our own Black people. So I feel like we're missing out on opportunities. And I feel like this is the time because real estate is not going to stop now because it's, like I said, developing country. So this is the time. And it's just going to keep getting better.
Yeah, it's interesting because I always like to do a little bit of research because, in fact, right now we had been planning going into Africa. We had mapped out some of the countries that we were going to be visiting. And so Kenya was definitely on the list, but we had already started off working on relationships in Uganda. We were working on relationships. A good friend of mine is the ambassador for Ethiopia in Jamaica. And so she was like, I want to take you first to Ethiopia. And then, of course, we had contacts, boots on the ground in South Africa, in Lesotho. And then, we were just Ghana and then Cameroon. And, by the time I looked at it, oh my goodness, I really have a lot of wide territory to cover. But when I was thinking about the trip to Kenya, Kenya is really so convenient because I could get to Ethiopia on the south side. I guess Uganda's on the west side. Exactly.
Right.
It's perfectly located for all of these things. But as you mentioned, what I've seen are other countries rushing into these developing countries and offering to provide assistance with developing infrastructure, but then also claiming valuable resources from that particular country. And then, bringing their own and sort of locking out the locals instead of building up, industry and sector. Exactly. And so certainly we would like to see opportunities be a little more balanced, and not from that perspective of, sort of let me dominate and take advantage. Let's work from, that's that old zero-sum game business philosophy, a win-lose perspective. I can only win if somebody else lose. I think it's time for a positive sum game philosophy where we create sustainable opportunities. And that requires a win-win. I cannot win and you lose all the time and expect that that's going to be sustainable. It is not. It is not. So a paradigm shift is essential. And I like what I heard you say. So I would like to follow up on this a little bit more. You mentioned that new leadership, young leadership, and kind of looking forward to new growth, as well as the population. I had numbers around 53 million. How much is that about? Still,
we are right there. Yes. So we are growing. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So this new leader, homegrown, or was he sent abroad to study? Or tell us about kind of this new president and why he's so exciting in terms of new leadership.
So interesting enough, he was our vice president. But they went different ways with the president, and he had to create his own party. But a lot of young people were voting towards him because we've been driven by tribals. So we have 42 tribes. I come from the Kikuyu tribe, which won the independence. And there was this culture of just passing down on your kids for presidency. And it's been going on for so long. So this last president was the father was the founder, Jomo Kenyatta. I don't know if you heard of him, but he was the main. We won when we were still under the British colony. The father is the one that won the freedom, or for lack of a word. And now he took over. So it seems like, the older generation will continue to pick up all those problems of voting because of tribalism, or because somebody will bring help to our communities or our local people. So the young people are fighting hard and saying, we can't have this going on. We have to be open-minded. I can't dislike my brother because my brother speaks different mother language, yet we speak national language the same. So that changed a lot with the coming years because of the development and people having a lot of Africans in different countries and coming back and saying, hey, we live in America, there's discrimination. How are we going to discriminate being at home now? So people are going back, re-educating our younger generation that are going to colleges and telling them we need to come together. We've seen what's outside. So it's time to build us, and we're losing our resources. We have good lands, we have water, we have food, we're self-sufficient. Why are we doing this? So the younger guy came on and he was saying, hey, I'm tired of paying these people so much money and nothing's been developed at home. What would you like? So we voted for someone who struggled from scratch, didn't have anything, had to go up the ladder, go to school, not because he knew someone, had all the certificate required to, keep the job. And that's where we at. And yesterday I saw a statement where he said he's gonna slash, not to be mean, all the government people who are making more than They should be, because they make more than most of, governors in America, and we're in Africa and people are struggling. Yes, they make twice the amount. They broke it down to that much. Yes. So now we feel like, okay, somebody's listening to us. So we're very excited because he's an open-minded person. He's traveled a lot. He's educated. So he's bringing people and saying, I want to protect my international people. I want to protect my Black people who are coming and wanting to invest with us. So, and a lot of Africans, I don't have the numbers, but they're moving back because they're starting to feel that safety net where, hey, we can go back and invest our own. We can bring the ideas we picked up here. So yes, so it's a good day. It's a new day for a lot of Africans, especially Kenyans.
Stephanie, the way that Chico explained it to me, it seemed like the economy and everything was being run by others. So, growing on the back of the Kenyans versus helping the Kenyans grow themselves. And this new dynamic with the new president is more, I don't say the way we do business in America, but it's more about who has the best ideas versus, the tribal thing that she was talking about, or who has the most money. It's all about what's best for the people right now.
Which I think that opens up a lot of opportunity. And also, I think the thing, Chico, that you touched on that a lot of times people wonder about, and that is it safe and secure to make an investment? I notice when I think about, Kenya borders, I guess, South Sudan to the south. And so we hear about the war, so is it safe to go to travel? All of these types of things emerge, especially when you haven't visited, or when you have limited, kind of boots on the ground perspective, or limited narratives that are being allowed, to be shared. And so I'm going to ask you, Eric, but then I'm also going to ask you, Chico, to kind of respond to how you might be experiencing conversations with folks, just early conversations. So Eric, from the lens of prospective investors or others looking to explore global market opportunities, I don't know if you're having any of those conversations just yet, to get kind of how people are generally responding. What are some of the concerns that they're raising?
Well, some of the concerns, and we've had some preliminary conversations, is about infrastructure. The roads there are not sufficient. Wires above the ground versus underground. Affordable housing, another concern. Those are some of I'd say probably the top three that we've been looking at and having some preliminary conversations about, and putting the financing in place so that all of a sudden we are helping finance through their banks and through their people, and using their people to make these different things happen. So just preliminary conversations right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So to add on what Eric said, I'm going to talk on the safety. So we've always been, as Kenya, the safety of most of the countries that are not stable. So talk about Sudan, talk about Ethiopia, talk about Somalia. They've always come to, the safe haven as Kenya. We have one of the best security. If you go to Kenya, like the supermarkets, they go through security to get in. Your car is checked underneath. It's an extra because we used to be one of where we have Sudan bordering us and we have Somalia. So by caution, we've always done that. And it's the most safe place right now, more than you can imagine. My sister just came back from there, and I was telling Eric, they are planning on selling the house and going back. They felt that their kids, who are 11 years old, feel much safer being home than it is, to say the least, being in Kenya, in the US as a Black boy, because there's all kind of protection. Your kid can still go outside. It's safety in terms of they're outside. We have Israel, which is one of the countries that are very uncomfortable having their planes fly from Kenya, and they fly from Kenya with confidence. Most of the military from the US and Israel are trained in Kenya. That's where the main ground has always been, versus other countries. So that tells you everything you need to know. Whether it's English, we start from, it's taught. It used to be our primary language. It was taken away for a short time because they felt like we needed to learn our national language versus adopting, to say the least, the white man language. But the good thing, they figured that, learning multiple languages will help developing our country and be able to sell, because we import coffee. We have a lot of things that we send out. Paratherium, rose flowers, they're really grown in Kenya. So we have a lot of things that, we get and do other things here and there. But safety-wise, I don't think that's going to be a problem. And I know this is a new thing that Sudan is going through, but hopefully, it gets better. But it has any impact on Kenya economy right now. And if there's a better time to actually invest in Kenya is now, because now, I mean, there's good and bad to it, only because the dollar has, the exchange rate now, it's 120 or 130, it's around that much. So your money goes further now than if you're investing versus the other way around. So that's something to look forward to or want to do at this time versus 5 years ago. So your money takes you further.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what happened for me on my own journey, although it had always been my interest to be an international business tycoon. I told my mother that when I was about 9. And so that's been the journey that I've been on, is, getting to that place. And so it really was during our COVID shutdown that, instead of thinking that I had to launch my venture from the US and expand internationally, that really, by being abroad, I realized, wow, I could go much further faster, because there's so many opportunities here, and the purity of what existed in terms of, I want it, still organic, still natural, that hasn't been ruined by, commercialization, too aggressively, kind of the innocence and purity, right, in some of these places. And so that I see as significant market opportunity and advantage. But definitely, I know that those opportunities are not going to remain indefinite.
Yep.
And I was speaking to a group because right now, in fact, some of the investors who are working with me to finance my own company also put me in position to be able to assist with offering funding for sovereign governments to invest using bond instruments and other instruments to support some of their major projects. And we're able to do so by allowing those countries to collateralize their particular assets. So if it's land, mineral, whatever it is that they have in abundance, being able to look at those items as it relates to projects that they'd like to have developed and produce more favorable financing, outcomes, hopefully, for these countries. And in one of these conversations last week, we were talking about the train system that's been proposed between Uganda and Kenya in particular, and that project taking shape. And so maybe you could speak a little bit to that opportunity, because, when I look at the history of the US grew following World War II as transportation began to expand and allow the mixed of economy. So, it's like, if you know your history, then you can kind of look at where these developing countries are and go, oh, I know exactly what's going to continue to happen if this happens.
Yeah. So Kenya borders Uganda, and Uganda is almost landlocked. Next is Rwanda, is landlocked. Kenya is not landlocked. So everything they get has to come through us. So yeah, the train will help the economy of Uganda, and for sure, I was creating more jobs, because they depend on us for so many things, and they're not able to go in and out. I know the Rwandese president, if I'm not wrong, is opening open visa, no visa required, and it's just a pass through. And if we have that train going to Uganda, then you have an opening to Rwanda. So in terms of food, we grow a lot of foods and coffee and all that. That will be an easy transition. And again, I hate to take away our credit, but Rwanda is also growing on a fast rate with Kagame. He's also a very young guy, very athletic. Kenya is coming on, and Africa as a whole is coming on. And yeah, a train will be the best thing that can help East Africa as a whole grow more than you can imagine.
So Eric, you, to me, I think of you and your colleague of advisors and teams that I've been able to learn and glean so much from, right? Also being pretty comfortable that you guys don't really have to roll up your sleeves and do anything heavy lifting at this stage of the game, because you've got solid kind of engines floating. So why would you entertain the idea of sort of expanding another new venture at sort of a time that you could literally just be kicking back on the golf course?
Well, God has blessed us. So my belief is always, if you've been blessed, you need to bless others. That's why God has blessed us, to bless others. And, and when we looked at the Kenya situation, one of the things I learned, one tidbit I learned, is that the Chinese, when they bring over their labor, it's not their best people. It's the people from their prisons that they bring over to work in Kenya. Then they leave them there so they can establish residency in another country. Yeah. And that, to me, that's pretty foul. You know, I wouldn't do that to another country, but apparently they're doing that to Kenya. So, you know, to bring back to Kenya what they can do themselves, and there's a lot of well-known business people there. There's a lot of people who have construction companies there that are doing different things, but they've been stifled by the Chinese government and their money coming in. If we can help them do things with their own people, I think it's going to be great for that community. And Shiko, of course, being from Kenya, I can't help but want to make things better for the people there. You know, so that's kind of why we're doing it.
Absolutely. You made me think about something else, Shiko. Where do you find the Kenyan population spread throughout the U.S.? Or do you kind of know, like, are there certain regions of the U.S. that most families migrated towards?
So it's very interesting you asked that question. And, you know, so like I say, we are very tribal people. And it's so weird that we all go different places based on tribe. So if you go to Boston, all my tribe is there. If you go to DC, there's Luo there. If you go to Seattle, it's more of the Kikuyu too, because they're drawn more into business. And we go where we can find work, and you find small businesses they even have a place, they name it our Kikuyu name because that's how many my tribe people are there. But in LA, we are just, every little tribe is here, you know. But mostly Seattle has a huge population because most people that lived in Boston moved to Seattle. Somehow they all immigrated, and nobody understands that. It's like the immigration of animals, how they migrate based on the climate. We are like that. So we all moved from Boston. Now we're in Seattle. That's number one. It's followed by Arizona starting to pile up a little bit. Yes. And DC is mostly the Luo tribe, big time. And then which other one that I mentioned? Am I missing?
So California, there's a lot of Kenyans in California throughout.
Yeah. So then up north, but not a huge concentration. So when people come from Kenya and they want to have a meeting with the Kenyan or the government, they usually choose a place like Seattle or Boston.
Okay.
Because that's where people are very, in Dallas. I think Dallas is number 2 in the country. Wow. It's Seattle, Boston, and Dallas. So most meetings go to Dallas because they all show up and they're very involved with Kenyan changes like real estate. We have group chats where people are selling properties. They go in the group chat and somebody buys them. So yeah.
That is wonderful, because I think that it's really important to connect, you know what I mean? And to even start those conversations, both domestically as we make those strategic plans internationally at the same time. And I was tracking down a few different events and programs because there are incentives as US-based businesses to export your wares to other countries, especially countries that the U.S. has a favorable relationship with. And Kenya is definitely on that list. So, you know, there are different incentives and opportunities when you're trying to gain additional initial market research data, to have an idea of who you should communicate with within the various governments, you know, to shore up those particular early conversations. So, yeah, I think that it's about identifying where there's opportunities and where there's, like, where I say gaps. When I was early in business in Oakland, I used to serve on the international committee for the Oakland Chamber. And so what would happen is that representatives from various countries that wanted to create joint ventures or alliances with US-based business owners, we would have a regular monthly forum. And so that's how we became aware of those particular opportunities. And then from there, you know, we were able to create opportunities. And so I think that kind of conversation building, because, you know, sometimes people feel like they're ill-informed. And so they can't get past being ill-informed to get to real information to start making better decisions. And so I think that in this case, we have to be, you know, sort of the leaders of the path to explain to them what the path looks like and feels like and how to begin to explore. And I think we better do it fast because the value of the dollar, there's a lot of chatter about concern.
Yes, hearing that.
And one of the challenges, Stephanie, I think, is just trying to get through the red tape here to loan money in Kenya. You know, that's going to be one of the challenges also, because we got a set of rules based on our banking laws and lending laws, but Kenya doesn't have those same rules. So just trying to navigate between the two countries and get funds over there for projects is going to be, something that you can probably help us with. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. I love to have a problem that requires some thought to address. Kind of right in my wheelhouse.
But Stephanie,
yes.
I don't know if Eric mentioned that my nephew, well, rather my sister runs a real estate company there. And but they work with the Chinese people. They come in, they say, hey, we have this money, but we want to give you a contract, which honestly, I wish was coming from our own, because what happens, Kenya is in so much debt with the Chinese that now we have to accommodate that. And it's not our money, it's going out back to their country. So this is putting us in a bad place economically speaking. So we are hoping the new president is very big on bring resources in, but stays in. And hopefully that helps a little bit, because the roads are not the best. They built a train from Nairobi to Mombasa. It's great, but not the best, because guess what? They're giving us what can make them money, not something quality for the money that they get. So it's kind of, a situation where we hope that we can find investors that are for us and support our economy, not to be specific as to who, but to keep us going, rather than, demolishing the entire economy that has worked so hard. Like I say, we never had middle class. You just had to have money or you're poor. And having built up a middle class, we've come a long way.
Absolutely. And I think that that's the opportunity. But I also, Chico, think that that's why even at this juncture, it's so important for the leadership. I see so many leaders like yourself, myself, women that represent, our training in leadership and our ability to inform how organizations structured, how we sustain those organizations, and how we recognize relationships, building stakeholder relationships, you see, because every organization that I build it with an understanding that I want to contribute to internal and external stakeholders. And so in that, I don't want to strike deals that are not going to allow me to have that type of outcome. And so I think that it's important. I know that I bring a lot of ability to train and develop. So that's always part of our initiative. So for example, when I identified Jamaica, I said, okay, I'm going to commit over the next 10 years to train 100,000 farmers and families and to help them build sustainable wealth and work them into our supply chain as stakeholders, develop them so that they would have a chance, not just leave them on the side and take all the resources that we generate outside of the country. And that's the same approach that I have everywhere we go. So when we look at how we can be impactful in Kenya and, all of these other countries that we enter, it's always bringing in with, yes, there's a business opportunity that we see, but there's also a social impact initiative that goes hand in hand that we would like to implement.
But see, Stephanie, not everybody looks at it that way. I mean, that's your character. That's the way you do business, but that's not the way everybody else globally does business with Kenya. So, and Kenya's recognizing that, and that's why we got to make these changes.
Yes. And I think that's why it's so important to have this type of conversation. And that's why I wanted to use our time today on this platform with this particular audience, that the aim is to reach out to global, excellence, Black excellence around the world, but to have these types of conversations, because what I have discovered is there's a number of talented folks out there who, if enlisted appropriately, have the ability to definitely be impactful. And they just need a guide, right? They just don't really know who to trust to make sure that if they invest their dollars, that they really will realize some outcomes. And I think that we have the opportunity to be that kind of, guide, that kind of lead.
I agree, 100%.
What do you see? What do you both see? What would you say, when we compare to a number of developing countries, what would you say, Kenya sees itself in the next 3 to 5 years?
I can't really answer that. I don't know if Chico can. I mean, it's a moving target, but definitely moving forward and moving upward. Like Chico said, there's need to create that middle class, which is the affordable housing comes in play, different things of that sort. But right now, you have those who have and those who don't. So just trying to create that middle class is what the new president wants to do. So everybody is I don't say prosperous, but everybody's doing well. So that's what we're trying to work on. Yeah.
I think we're already there. I think we're already there now. We have a middle class now, Eric. So congratulations to us. So we're not going down. We're just going to keep getting better moving forward. And we have been. And we're planning on going to Kenya sometime this year. My sister was there, and I was surprised the way she describes it, because I haven't been there yet. Sometimes I guess faith works, but at the same time, you got to see, So I'm just thinking, he said there's no homeless people walking around the city. I mean, that's unheard of. We used to have pickpocketers. Like, you've been to Jamaica, you've seen that.
Yeah.
So things have turned out so well that I can't wait to go back. My niece just came back, Eric knows. And the first few weeks she was crying in the house alone, wishing she should go back, because the things that we left Kenya at is no longer the same. It's like we are westernized, which is a good and bad, because you kind of hope to get those cultural things, culture going on, but things are moving fast because the young generation doesn't have time for that. They want things that are working fast. They're not tribal. They're not anything but business oriented and bringing money back home and seeing what we become. So, yeah.
Well, that is so wonderful. And is there a best time of the year to travel?
January is very hot. Yes, that's why they always say, hey, they have a joke in Kenya where kids go back in January and they tell you around December, make sure you save your money for school fees, because January is always the hardest part. So it's hot and we depend on agriculture. So I would say, you're living winter between December, January is an amazing time to go.
Okay. Well, that's fine, because someone asked me the other day, is there any one place that you want to live? And I said, I've decided that I'm going to live all over the world. I'm just going to pick every place to be during its best season. So I will always have happy times.
Yes. And Mombasa is beautiful to go. There's all water, but it's always hot. If it rains, you come back 2 minutes later, it's like nothing ever happened. It's very hot, kind of good heat, not humid at all. But it's very beautiful.
See, I can't wait. That's calling my name, Eric. You didn't know. I'm still a Berkeley hippie underneath all the.
Oh yeah. Chico and I were in the Bay Area this weekend visiting my mom. She got to see Berkeley firsthand. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Chico, you'll understand that uniqueness. I was born there too, and kind of that's where I came of age. And so we think differently. UC Berkeley gave us this permission to believe that whatever we thought we could do it, then we had to go up against the rest of the world, and try to beat that out of us, right? Because I can say that that's really what this journey has been, the world trying to beat that out of me. Like, who told you that?
I like the open mind, especially Eric's brother say, we have open hand in Berkeley. We accept everything. And I said, wow. And I was telling Eric, I loved it because I believe in being open-minded, because when you have closed mind, you listen to the TV saying, don't go there, it's dangerous. Don't do this. People go to all kind of things that go around. But you're missing the opportunity because Europeans already moved in a long time ago.
Exactly.
Bought in. Naomi Campbell has a huge house in Mombasa that she bought in the 90s, way before everyone even talking about Kenya. She's invested a lot because we are only I want to say 6 hours flight from England. So it's easy in and out, or 5 around there. So it's easy to go back there, look at things, opportunities, but there's plenty of opportunities. I wish you guys can move, buy houses there, go for vacation days, and your money will take you farther.
Don't worry. I've got Lake Victoria and all along, I've got some spots, on the radar.
So, you know what's funny, Stephanie? Before we got on the broadcast, Chico was concerned if she'd have enough to say. And she always got knowledge in her head. Always got knowledge in her head.
It's that time. It's really
right.
that time. It's really that time. No, I felt like I knew this would be such a wonderful conversation because we kind of started to have it when we were together. Right. And so I just felt like it was easy and it was, informative. And I think that people would really resonate as they're contemplating their next and where the opportunities are. But I think that people really should take that seriously because, I'm over here beating the drum that full life is 120 years and beyond. And so if we're going to help you restore your health, your wellness, and you really have a shot at that, some people will be concerned about, will my money last that long? Can I afford to live 120 years or beyond? I may need to make some additional considerations that, perhaps I hadn't put exactly in place. So we're letting folks know, listen, there's still time, but you better make those decisions right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This is the last lap. So
Right.
And we have a lot of sports players. There's so many ways of making money in Kenya. It's just that we don't have a lot of investors like that. Like, let's say you want to buy a team. Those options are there. And we have the best runners, we have the best players. It's just budgeting and economy is an issue. So there's so many ways and means of making money in Kenya, but it's not going to last. Because remember, these people are moving back and coming back with ideas they have from the US and bring it to the country. So we are not stopping. Last time I was there, which was about 6 years ago, KFC has just opened. And I don't like KFC here anymore. I think, And I wonder why the line is so long, but they're using the organic chicken. So it makes quite a difference from the KFC I've had in the US to the KFC I'm having in Kenya. And I got addicted to it because our chicken are homegrown. Everything is organic. You can afford a whole land that you plant everything and anything you want. We have that fertile land. So if it's talking about retiring, I just think Kenya is a beautiful place. These places with the river, a pond, and nobody even gone there because they can't see it. And now being in the US, I'm like, wow, okay, we have these things here, but we don't think they're anything because we lived with them. So somebody who's smart going back and buying a land there for $30,000 and waiting out, it's going to be millions of dollars later. So
Absolutely. Well, that's definitely our plan. And I look forward. My plan is I'm finishing up a tour. I'm thinking I'm going to hit England by September. And that was my plan, to be about a month in England and then go from there to Kenya or Ethiopia, just to start my trek, but at least get there from that point. So we're working on it. Well, I think this has just been a fascinating conversation. I'm so glad the two of you were able to join. Hey, how could someone reach you if they're interested in following up on your new African Wealth Management company?
You can always go to our website. The website is www.awminc.org. So www.awm for African Wealth Management Inc.org, and set a time to visit with us. We got a calendar on there, and we'd be more than happy to speak to anyone who wants to talk to us.
Excellent. Well, Cordelia.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. That was really informative for me. So thank you for being here, Shiko and Eric, and beautiful moderation or facilitation of this discussion today, Dr. Ardrey. So
thank you. Well, all right, guys. What do we say?
Well, I was gonna, before you leave, I do have a question for you though. What's your website, Dr. Ardrey?
It's www.420wellnessjamaica.com. www.420wellnessjamaica.com.
Thank you. Thank all three of you. And Genius is coming. And I'll see you on the other side.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good night. And this has been another day, or our first day. That's the close to day one for the Black Business Olympics. And my name is Cordelia Gafar of Workout Around My Day, Inc. Feel free to connect with me anywhere on social media under Cordelia Gafar. My website is cordeliagafar.com. And remember that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. It's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melaine Cheney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.